For money, yes, I will do that. Okay, so you were telling me I need to watch this video, and so I shall. While the round is currently counting down to start, I can do this real quick. Alrighty, let's see. Shinohara gameplay log. By the authority of Shinohara Industries, you are under arrest for tax evasion. Classic, classic. Reasonable even. Your days are numbered, Elwood Cox. You'll pay. The money. This is how every Shinohara round should go, Just tax collecting. The debt. I mean, yeah, true. Okay. 9. I feel like something's going to happen here. Hello, human do. Welcome. I'm quickly watching this video that was sent for me to take a peep at while the round starts. You guys made a cockroach? Corporate fine for fiscal misconduct, withholding forfeiture. Windtail. Remediation assessment. Okay. I mean, that's pretty classic. Financial penalty. Oh! Ah! Something fell over in real life. Even my phone over in this corner with my chat is horrified at the tax evasion. 200,000. Okay. I mean, that's more than I have. Shipwakers are thought. Hell yeah, 7 for shipwakers? Sweet. Go Saw. Your body will be used as Shinohara asset. Ah, yes. It's organ time. It is organ time. Restrained. He was talking about pimping him out, maybe. Ooh. Elwood Cox, you are about to have no kidneys and no lungs, a missing heart, all the classics. Thy shall be done. And don't worry about my gosh dang, what the fuck is it? Recommendations. Okay. I have watched your thing. I'm free. Oh, I forgot to have my text-to-speech open. My apologies. Let me get that open real quick. And we can start with the video game. I mean, it's a good video. It's a good moment. Always gotta get those tax dollars. Okay. Where are my damn sources? Google. I'm blind. Here we go. Round starts in a minute. Hell yeah. Doing some last checks. Everything should be nice and good. Okie dokie. I see on Discord everything's looking good. So I'm gonna quickly self-promote, as everyone should. Did a little bit of self-promotion never hurt anyone. Twitch. twitch.tv/me. Okay dokie. Alright, so if there is 8 million more delays. Oh my god, Wildstar has been delayed by. Okay.
Verification said, you can ask for it, but they'll offer you 5k out of hacking 40.
That they will. If there is another delay, I just did, Talwin. I just did. You missed.
Watch my video, gang.
Hiyo, this is the usual suspect.
Guy said,
okay,
This is the usual
Talon, I
suspect.
know. So, if you go to my profile on Twitch and click on videos, you can then click on the VOD for this stream and go back to where I watched the video.
Even.
You're not too late. You can just look at it there and come back. Don't worry about it. You are golden. If there is another delay for Hullrot, I'm going to have to play like Wardle or something. And trust me, you don't want to watch me play Wardle?
Said, twist my knob and eat my balls, Tolerin.
Super Fez guy said, Wordle.
Wardle? Yeah, I can play Wardle on here. In fact, I have an entire collection of daily games I can do for if we have no Hullrot. Specifically 574. So I'll have the time. Oh, I will have the time.
Which one are you?
Which one are you? What do you mean? Which one am I?
Horror.
Can
said, hey, can your avatar turn around
Hold on,
and show us its ass?
This is as much as I can do.
Human to two
there,
said,
that's all I can do.
I don't know why, but Hullrot is at 80
Alright,
max
there you go.
Super
God, we said no.
It's a
do a bit. You know what? I can. Hold on. Wee! Wee!
Super Fez guy said, it got reset.
Dollar.
There.
Ammoniac
Hold on.
said,
Don't. You want safe. You want safe in the corner here. Hold on.
Human to two said, heal.
Super Fez guy said, ugh. Free
Here,
US,
I can grab you.
main bird.
Whee! If some of y'all start talking, you'll be spun like a goddamn hurricane. Yeah. It's time to play the game. Okay, alright, I guess we have to play the video game that we all joined for. How dare I? Alright. Join. Fort Balresca? Plenty of options here. Partisan Union Captain, Alliance Director, Syndicate Overseer, plenty. I mean, I gotta do Partisan, right? I gotta. Partisan. Righty. Oh, big ol' lag spike. Lovely. Okay, let's get everything on. Ooh, big ol' lag spike. I'm assuming everything is looking okay for y'all on y'all's end. Have to hope so anyway. Okay.
Said, oh, you're a loyalist.
I am a loyalist. It'll go great.
Super
Nothing bad will happen.
Free me from the advertisement.
Free me. Oh shit. Is it advertisement time? Oh, I didn't.
Said, Lola list.
I did not catch that there was advertisements. Well, shit.
Said, release me.
Release me! Release me! Of this prison. Armistice timer. No fighting can occur for the first 50 minutes. All personnel report to the square. Oh, Vulcan is here. Hell yeah. Alright, whoop. Take the mask off. Alrighty. Let's see what's the down low of the situation, eh? Nicola, Evgeny, Hachu, Selena, breaks their chains, Darcia, Wicked Priest, and of course Volgan up there. My people. Oh my, I could cry.
Yakov said, Balchin actually loses either way cause if he wins the coup he just gets internally coup.
Volgan's just going on a yacht cruise, I mean, nothing wrong with that. Men and women of the new Crescent Union. The hour is upon us. Reach a single tier. Hell yeah. Oh, this is oh no, this whole portion of the stream is going to be muted because of the music. Fuck! Ah, it happens. It happens. My brothers have misplaced their loyalty to the state. They aim to take off my head. Well, we can't have that. I see your head on, like, photos and everything. Cannot happen. It can't happen. Ah, here we go, that's good. And if this does happen... the NCWL's hold in this sector will not exist. That can't happen. I mean, I'm an NCWL player. That can't be. Oh, damn, look at all these people. Hell yeah. My orders. A light snuffed out like the flame of a ship's exhaust. Light, you say? All the moths stand up? Keep the fire burning, my comrades. You can't Damien, what the fuck? Where's this fist? I'm just gonna repair that. You have about an hour to prepare. Alright. Zoom out. Oh, yeah. There you go. The port will need to be fortified. Oh! The port will need to be fortified. We need a Vulcan bunker immediately. In the southern and northern parts. So, if I look at this real quick. Is it good? It's very good to use. Oh, I can't see it. Southern and northern parts. Along with that, I'll look at them in Memento. Yep, I'm a little bit too far away to do it right now. Okay. We'll need to decide who is going on the cat team. For those who don't know, those of you who don't know. Damn, there's a lot of people. Cat is our counter team. Ah, okay. Very interesting. Okay, so we need to fortify the north and south, so... these gaps here. Yeah, you can just break through. That makes sense. Not all of you will be in fleets by the time of the Rebels' advance. Right. Who here has the know-how to drive a bog? I could volunteer, but... or an Ivorod. I'll hold off for a moment. Or a Molot, or a Sherenzkenzov. Be the second bog driver then. Once on board a Molot's crew, I kind of want to be on the defensive. Up a little bit. All these people. Who knows what they're doing? Sanitar to square. Yep. That's the Ladka. Yes. Okay. We have allies, comrades. She will be arriving soon with new equipment. Fuck yeah, okay, new equipment. Very good. As will the people of Gleis Santos. Very good. Oh wait, whoops, I sorry. Was it? People at Santo, am I forgetting anyone? No? Okay. I did not grab a language. Ah, I should have done that. Seems somewhat familiar. He has the aura of Tailwind. Okay. Now I understand. We'll get a mining fleet out the same. I want all of you to live. Okay. Understood. Don't throw away your lives. Who's up for mining duty? There you go. I do like me some mining. Whoever wants to line up. Okay. Here we go. Bosnian, you are with me. A lot of miners. That's a lot of miners! Epstein files. The Vulcan files are coming out. Bad miner. You on escort as well. You'll be an escort then, okay. Ooh, Minor. Aye, okay. Got our assignments. I'll step off to the side. Whoa, big ol' lag, holy shit. Prevent boarding, or do I get Vanguard? Okay. Now for an Exuma, we need to prepare with our equipment. Everything will be good. So, a quick drink of water. Tasty. Very good. So, breaking of the meeting has not been called yet, so I'm just going to wait for a second, figure out what everyone is doing. Okay. Move this over here. Selena Diaz, escort duty. Okay. Good to know. You are in front, so I assume you are more competent. I'll get you a vodka. Yang Wenli already has a suit. Okay. What was them? I'll go equip. Alright, let's get some basic equipment together. Since I'm a miner, I don't want anything too fancy. Just enough so I don't die. So let's put that in there. This can be placed down. Alrighty, keep that on me if I can. I want a jetpack. Pod suits. Take that off. Here. Very good. GPS, double emergency. Very. Put that there. Put this here. Mag boots on. Okay, now a weapon. Do we have a Nova Mosin? Yes. I'll take a Mosin because that seems the most appropriate for a miner. Okay, 7.6251. Let's. Whoops. 7.62. I need an ammunition box. And I'll just do one. I'll leave it at that. Okay. Good. Is there any grenades? I'll grab a handcuff, I suppose. Whoa. Handcuffs, handcuffs. Open. Give me one. Okay. That should be all I should need. If I need more, then I have an issue. I need my escort. Oh right, I need the mass scanner. Handheld mass scanner. And if I really want to be cool, I'll grab a oxygen tank. It should be on the ship. Okay, let's go. Our DMD Exuma. Very good. 942. Very good. 942. I mean, it'd be like that sometimes. It'd be like that. Alright. 942. Do we need anything else? Welder and... so we can close our Exuma. Sounds like a good idea. Welder and... maybe there's an aid mask. Here we go. Not for long, just until we get underway. 942 is... there's a portal? Okay, hope you have fun. 942, where are we? Up here, got it. Top dock. To add the bottom part. Shit. Okay. Ore array on. Drag this over here. Whoops. Very good. Drag all this, put it like here. So we have that running, good. Shakes, good. We have air flowing. Ooh. Okay, let's just have this. We don't have, what's it called? We won't worry about that for now. Good to know just in case though. Okay, here we go. Another double emergency oxygen tank. Always good. Have that there. Let's weld shut this. Good. Make it at least a bit harder. Now 942, correct? Let's double check. 942. Humor 942 ready to disembark for mining duty. There we go. Very good. Shouldn't need anything else than what we have already. Let's just feed. Okay, let's follow 132. Exuma 942 undocking to proceed with mining duty. Okay, let's get going. First, we will undock and get a bit away from Valeska so we don't block anyone. Very good. Now, let's... hold on. Oh, that, yeah, we'll do that. And... needs to... lock these shut. Very good. We are all locked up and ready to go. Alright, hopefully we can make this a bit quick, get as many resources as we can in this short period, and come back to help with the defense. Because we only have an hour, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it will absolutely pass quickly. We are already 17 minutes in, and we haven't done anything yet, so we need to get a move on. Especially since, I would imagine, even though there's no fighting until 50 minutes, I'm sure there's going to be someone going out to Taipan 1 to attack us. I mean, that's what I would do. Okay. Bolt is closed? Yes. Good. That's our backup. Alright, we can take the welding mask off now. We don't need it. Mag boots on. Don't need the oxygen quite yet, but in a little bit. While we are 2,000 away, let's open up this. But I don't like it. Module C, Module D, Module E. Okay, next time I fly this type of Exuma, I need to grab a thing for this. I don't like how it's open. And I don't have a button for it. Yeah, that just goes. Okay, no toggle button. I don't think I'll have a multi-tool, so I'll just have to be cautious. Or, better yet, let's slow down. Anchor. Woo! Let's take this off. Put this on. And close this. Hold on. Good. This should be welded. Yes. Alright, I'll have to do. That will have to do. All well. Welding a door. Alright, purple lock. Purple lock. Let's not crash into anything. Get aligned for the purple lock. Okay. They're crying to me to restart to raise max pop count. Oh, are we that high? Oh my god, we are at 80. You know, we haven't done much yet. I would be okay with restarting. I want to see a lot of people, you know? Okay, that lock is empty. Righty. Well, I'm gonna quickly announce on the Discord. If you want to see what is going on, but can't get in for the population cap, feel free to watch my stream. I'm on the NCWL. Self-promotion, yay! Okay, there you go. I had to, okay? Do try not to get boarded. I only have a 9mm and EVA suit. Oh, well, that's, concerning, but... Well, there is almost no bubble locks here. Taipan 1 has very few purple locks. Okay, I'm putting a 25k bounty on combat pair and termite IFF tags NX005 and 919. Okay, very good. It is indeed the coup round. So there was a vote to be done if we are going to restart to raise the population cap. I did vote for a restart since we just started, but that we are not going to be restarting. So if you are wondering what's going on, feel free to stick around. I'll be around. the whole host. Okay. NX095 is approaching Taipan Belt 1. Vanguard, get his ass! Get his ass! You need workers, get into your designated termites. Oh, well, okay, we're also doing salvage. That's good. Let's see what we have now, real quick. Oh, nope. It's welded shut. Let's not open ourselves up. Where are they approaching? There. 095. Oh, they're leaving. Okay. Flying by. I'll try to keep an eye out on it. Spooky as hell. Okay, I'm confused. All of these locks just have exhumas going through them. Okay, at this point, I am a little bit concerned. I'm going to check the ore. There must have been a change. What the fuck? We have barely any. Oh my god. Alright.
Bullet phasing.
Weird. Bullet phasing. Oh, don't tell me all... I really hope that it isn't completely screwed up. That would be unfortunate. Please don't be bugged. Please.
I recommend to keep firing and bumping a little.
Yeah. Oh, we need to be close to it for it to actually work. Miners. Fire at rocks very close there. Seems to be weird blue space nonsense with our mining equipment. Okay. Well, now that we know what's going on, we can actually get some effective mining done. Okay.
Yup, also take in mind
Ow.
the dark purple asteroids give more ores if you kill the mobs.
That's true. At this first pass, I want to just get going and try to be quick about it. Especially if there's a bug going on with the Exuma's little mining beam here. Okay. How are we looking on time? We are 26 minutes in. Okay, lock looking good. Rotate. This is the one we already checked, but we might as well just get a little bit more. Okay. Good. Let's head over to this rock. Past the Ladka. Righty tighty. Hey. Do. Head over here. Do some fancy flying past our lovely Ladka crew. When Exuma is leaving, I will stay here. Okay. There we go. Hullrot Mark II approaching Valeska. Okay, good luck, Valeska. Good. Alright, we're doing some good work here. This purple rock? Okay, I think we'll be out of purple rocks to mine with this one. We can just start going with normal ones. Probably the blue? I'll figure it out. This one seems to be pretty clean. You see any pairs or cloaked vessels? The ship is clear. Okay. Assume they are hostile unless they announce themselves. Understood. Man, mining is just fun in this game. Specifically Hullrot, because you have these Exumas, and they're great. I love them. Just make it so easy. Okay. We can check how much oil we have in a second. After this block here.
Exodus said, Shalom fellow APAC associates, for your loyalty to Israel you will receive a follow. God bless Netanyahu.
Okay. Do. Alright, let's take a peek at checking my oil. 1 moment. That's shortwave. Okay, mask off. This on. Fleet approaching Taipan 1, executioners and shit. Okay, well, we might have to get the fuck out. We have a lot of stuff. Uma crew is prepared. Let's... Oh shit, hold on. Move that. Lock. Waiting for it to close. Come on, do. Tons of ships approaching Taipan 1. Okay, we might have to get the fuck out. Hold on, let's see. Understood, we must go. I don't like it. I do not like it. I'm going to head to the south part of the belt, if anything. They're fine? Okay. Oh wait, CMM. Oh, okay. Should be good. And thank you for the follow, Trinity Exodus. I don't think I said that.
Something I like to do is to link the doors bolt to the shuttle console.
You know, next time I get a Exuma with a multi-tool, which I should have grabbed, but I didn't, I will do that. That sounds like a very good idea. Okay. I do not like... There's something fishy. I don't like it. passing by. Sorry, everyone. Okay.
SRM secret counter strat.
Truly, I don't... Yeah, my character right here is a moth, so I can certainly be worried about SRM being little weirdos. Little weirdos. NLF Hind and Bodega approaching Taipan 2. We have eyes on the entirety of the DSM fleet, we believe. Okay. All captains, keep your eyes on them. I do want to look real quick. Judicator. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. Whole bunch of termites. That is a lot. Holy hell. Okay, and then we have DSM. No, don't see him on the... Okay. This rock is taken care of, right? Yes. Okay. Then to the blue rock. Okay, save's taken care of. Then to this one. I crashed very badly. How bad? What ship are you on? We'll take a peek. Vanguard. Oh, I see. Okay, well, space lag hurts everyone. I did that last shift. So I can understand that. Okay. Alright. NLF fleet has reached Taipan 2. NLF. Why? That name is familiar, but I don't know. What is NLF? I think I completely forgot what that acronym is.
Ammoniakov said, NLF is National Liberation Front.
Ah, okay. Fair enough. That makes sense. That does make sense.
I founded it at first, now they took it as a revolutionary faction.
Well, what do you think about the changes then, Ammoniakov? We suggest to Taipan 1, we suggest retreat of miners. Okay. Well, we have to be going then.
They butchered my player-made faction.
Damn. Unfortunate. Well, hopefully some changes are made that are good. I don't like that. I'm going to move this way. Miners, I suggest you all disengage soon. Let me check how much I have. You made a decision there. Oh, I didn't. Okay. We have almost a full mining thing. Let's go back. I have an almost full ore collector. I'll come home and deposit it. Okay, miners retreat back to Belreska. Good. That is south. Miners go. Okay. Pull back the miners. Be careful of the Hind and Bodega. They are hostile? Oh shit. Okay, so... they have NCWL ships that are going to be going against us. That is... poor. Poor. With whatever you got. Okay. Okay, 20 in that direction. Make sure that is actually bullet shot. There we go. Alright. Got 3 miners out. Good, good. Let's see. Let me quickly close. Take this off. Actual helmet on. Good. Right. Ooh. Bit stressful. But it's gonna get a whole lot worse. Okay, we are getting close. Leica, Vanguard. Bodega and Hind are hostile. Shit. Okay. That is not good. NLF fleet... NLF fleet has halted their actions. Do we engage? Second course. Leica. Adjudicator. Oh my god, we have a lot out here. Wow. They shot at us. Oh. Ooh, manifest? No. Okay, cool. They're shooting da. Fuck. Okay, okay. Not good, but hopefully they do not have the range. Okay. Press on dampen. Look at all these ships. God damn. Okay, bodegas have 15 kilometers of range. That they do. Okay, let's slot in here. Back to where we originated from. Fuck, this is... Oh, I don't like it. Okay, we'll do this dock then. We'll flip around. "20 minutes until armistice timer." Okay. You could just get around here. All that welding was pointless. Okay, cool. Alright, let's get this moved over. I can't just click and drag, right? No. Okay. Hold on, I can make this. Let me zoom in. Just out of the way. That's better. Hopefully we can get some nice mechs. That would be the best case, because mechs are very good from last I've seen. On, there we go. Okay, there we go. Hold on, does this have... I'll take that. Might as well take the free medications. Ah, this is still welded shut. Does this have flash protection? You know what? I'm not going to just test it and find out. I'm going to be smart.
Human do too
Okay.
said, it does not.
Well, I'm glad I didn't check then. Pilot of Zuma 942 is Brainless Pinhead. Well, whatever you want to say. Okay. Do we want to sell the Exuma once they are empty? Okay. Get over this over to industry so they can actually start to blood on the floor. Okay. I'm concerned. Fortifications are being made. Good. Look at all this. Okay. Alright. Let's get this moved over. Mm-hmm. I love clicking! Whoops. Okay. Very good. Exuma 942 is empty. Should I sell? I'll deliver this over to research. Okay, I've been told yes. Should I sell? Sell empty ships. Good. Let's do that then. Okay. Do. Somewhere. Okay. Sell. Okay, there we go. Damien Ward. Bailey. Okay, what do we do now then? I suppose prepare fortifications. We have a bunch of resources. Let's see. Oh yeah. Let's... Whoa, lag spike. Oh my god. Okay, did it just crash? Holding. Holding. We might have encountered a bit of an issue. Are we cooked? Is it over? Is it Jova? Did the sofa die? Oh my god, okay, we're back. Oh! Oh, it froze again. Oh! Snap back to reality. Oh my god, what happened?
Superfez guy said, nah, it worked out for you and 10 others.
Ah, damn. Okay, weird as hell. I opened it again and it... Oh shit. Uh-oh. This is, Am I gonna get kicked back to the lobby? Ooh. This might be bad. Uh-oh. Gah! You're printing 1,000 at a time. Oh my god. That explains it. Back away from the lathe.
Cubanoham Brento said, holy
Gah! Okay. Let's just... Oh. Wow. Let me put this down. Need this anymore? Okay. Boomada. Whole bunch of people. Break the chains. Is my coordinates on? Yes. Make sure you have a tracker. I hear a mech. I'm happy. Okay, let's check the armory real quick. Fingerless gloves. Alright, everything seems to be opened up here. I think everything was moved over to the square here. So I'll take a peek in here. How much money do I have? 115. That's pretty good actually. I'm happy with that. More lag? No! Not the lag! Not the lag! Fuck! Okay, this might be bad. I don't know what's going on, but the server is starting to feel some pain.
TP2000 LOL.
Oh my god, that might have done it. Holy shit. Let's do what I said I was going to do and grab a multi-tool. Okay. Can I fit this in here somewhere? Let's drop this. Grab the multi-tool. That'll work. Okay. Let's check the mass scanner. Who do we have here? We have Executioner, Adjudicator, Joey, Adjudicator, Zorni, Adjudicator, Termite, Zorni, Termite, Exhumer, Termite. Whew, that's a lot of... Okay. Will that be enough? Who knows? I want a shotgun. Badly. Should I... Ooh, what's this? Haven't seen this. Simple Rugged 7.6251 Battle Rifle. 2 Home Guard. Okay. On this one, there's all the Mosins. There's the Watchdog. Let's do this. Does it have a magazine? I don't think it does. And let's get a Watchdog. 1. Lag spike again. Fuck. Bad news. Why do I have the terrible feeling this is going to happen during a fight and I'm going to snap back to reality and just immediately die? Okay. Put this on. This can go over here. Hold on. What did I just grab? 25 rounds. This is this? That's 35. That does not accept it. Okay, I'm silly then. We need crayons to mark places. Let's see, is it in the MOEs? Not in the MOEs. Okay. Where can you get crayons? Maybe the bar? More resources. A bodega LPC. Alright, do we have crayons here? I don't think so. Fuck, okay. No. No. Thank you. 1 second. Okay. So running out. Oh, lag. Running out is a song. What? This? I need to actually activate this. Hold on. Ah, shit, it's broke. Okay, well, I will I will have to fix that commands then. Fuck. Ingots and monthly
Running out of lag.
supplies. Running out of lag, it's true. Insulated gloves. I have combat gloves, that should be fine. Okay, do we have an RCD? What we need for reinforced walls. Is this? 2 steel and then 2 plasteel. Okay, let's see what we have. Could try to build a few reinforced things. Want to be an industry if anywhere. Ooh, I don't have magazines. I should also make that. Okay, let's go over to the armory and get that then. We do not have much time. We are at 54 minutes. Everything will kick off at an hour. Blade is gone. Okay. Cool. Way to go. Not here. Okay. It is... seemingly not there either. Is it in industry? Ooh. Okay. American Ranger. What? Where did we get those? Another lag spike. Fuck. Okay. This might be bad.
Window 2 said, scrap.
Ah, that'll do it. I understand. Fair enough. Woo! What do we have here? No steel. Well, hold on. Steel. 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 Electronics. Okay. Basic electronic parts. How much do we have?
I think you can get the American suit in a scrap ship.
Okay. Fair enough. Tungsten carbide door threads and precursor electronic parts. God damn.
Like OSD armor.
It does. I mean,
Humans
look at
too
it.
said.
It does.
I just said that.
Rucksack, HUDs, mag boots. Let's. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, so I need 35 SMG, 9x. Here we go. 1. Grab a little bit more steel. Shoot, why can't I... Uh-oh, something's weird. I can't place it in. What a strange bug, whatever. By the way, Commissar, we need Dr. the Dawnbreaker. Ooh, hello, Dawnbreaker. Hell yeah, okay. Gang, I think we might win today. Oh, another lag spike. Our awesomeness is too cool. It's choking at the seams. Oh my god. Ooh. The lag. Snap back to reality. No? Okay, well shit. Fuck. Ooh.
Nation, I said. You crashed.
Oh. Well shit. Damn. I don't know what's going on with the server, but it is scared with all the activity going on. Okay. One more. 9x19.
Near Nova Balreska.
That is probably it, yeah. I think we might need them though. I don't know what the coup is planning, but we are preparing. We certainly are. Okay, we need steel and plasteel to build some walls. Well, we reinforced girders. Or I can just grab the RCD and build a bunch of walls in the south. Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay. So put this down here. Whoops. Okay. Need any ammo, weapons, or ships? We have thousands of sheets at the manufacturer room. It is very difficult to find a dock currently. Yes, it is. Okay, let's buy a bunch of... Where is it? Compressed matter. Okay, we'll grab one in a second. So, walls. I think that's what we should grab, yeah. Fighting electrical airlocks. Yeah, just solid walls. No. Where can we place them? Let's look at the map for a moment. Reminds me of a medical aid and med base. Can print auto-injector cartridges and combat medkits. Ooh, okay. Be sure to pair the syringes with...
Guy said, okay. AD break.
Ad break. No, not the ad break. God. I hate ad breaks. I hate ad breaks. Okay. These go to nothing. I can build more there, I suppose. Okay.
Brento said, well, I'm glad all ads are blocked here, keek keek.
Yeah, they'll hit ya. Twitch be like that. Only so much you can really do, unfortunately. What can we do to get a mech? That would be fucking awesome. Cyborgs. Could we do that? Would we want cyborgs? We have a robotics portion here on Valeska. Okay. Engineer, cyborg, janitor, medical, mining service. Could be good to do.
Don't worry, CD can make some COL Borgs with good weapons.
True. Okay, let's open this up and just fill it full of walls. Probably won't matter, but I mean, extra anything, you know what I mean? Point defense turrets was just firing in the docks. There might be a border? Maybe? Perhaps? Okay, refill. Very good. Okay. Go, now close the door. Sweet. Here's the medical tech fab. Why am I gasping? Who knows? Okay. Tech fab. Combat medical kits. Yeah. Please. Syringe case. Ooh. Put this all in here. Armistice is over. Fighting may begin. Okay, here we go. Okay, anything else we can grab? I don't think so. Ball of bone gel, yeah. Okay, let's look at the mass scanner real quick. I don't think there should be anything immediately around us, but there's the total possibility that we are just going to be shelled from afar. I can absolutely see that happening. Nationwide alert has been set to red. Need more steel over here. Okay.
Just followed. Welcome.
Thank you for the follow. You came in just in time for some fighting. Okay. Oh, that's a fancy sound. I don't even know what that is, to be honest. Okay. Bunch of ammo. Good, good. We have everything over here that we need? Yes. Can we get better armor? Hard suit. We need cloth. Or that. That's not great though.
Just followed. Welcome.
Thank you for following again. Ooh boy, we're gonna get pretty busy.
You
I
can
need
have
food.
some cloth in the commissary.
Commissary? Do. Hold on, I am way too slow. Goo. I think you can also order it. I'll just like order a crate real fast. It's cloth. Textile's great. Come on, do. Hell yeah, and that's also door thread. Fantastic. Let's just eat some. Okay, let's bring this over to the armory. Good, good. Termite is approaching us. Ooh. Alright, fighting may begin in just a little bit then.
Boneless Banana 72 said, "It's happening."
It's happening. No longer is nothing happening. Something is happening. Door thread. Oh, hello. I hear bullets.
Cubanoham Brento said, "Oops, firing."
Ooh, thank you for the prime with sub boneless
Check
banana 72. Check AME, that we shall. Okay. I'm also going to take off this hard suit, get this very nice one on, and prepare for a bunch of fighting. Okay, let's get our SMG out, because I am boring.
Maximus Reali said, "Fuck my life, what?"
You can choose to... The ward ban is you can select a ward, just anything, any specific ward, and I can't say it for the next little bit. So it's fun.
Well, it's already redeemed.
Well, there you go. You have to pick a word. What's a word you don't want me to say? Let me quickly go in here. Cyberdon researcher, okay.
It's gonna be just.
Ooh, okay. I almost said it. We're good. Okay. A lot of saw shanties. Is it now? Do we see it on here? IPM Meat Wagon. Stationing. Shall I remain with the AME? With engineering, make sure nobody sneaks in? Hello?
Tolerant just followed.
Cubanoham Brento said, "Thought she was going to be
Ooh.
more present."
Me too, but who knows? I hear they delivered resources, but I don't know apart from that. Oh, who are you two? Oh, Pachu, okay. Okay. Anchor is fine. Alright, let's go check up what's going on over here. I mean, I guess the question is, do we expect people to be boarding immediately, right? Okay. Let's get another cloth crate. No. Cloth. Buy another. Okay. One more door thread. And we'll print out a few and throw it over here. Hello, Cyberdon. Okay. Cloth, door thread. Ronin. Wonder what's the deal with that. Okay. Let's go. Should be fine. Who's shooting a diplomat? Stop that. Don't do that. Come on. Okay. I want to get over to the bridge and see what's going on. Knock knock. Knock knock. Alright, we'll just hold for a second. No one is on the bridge. Fair enough. Alright, Hullrot is here. Okay, so before the fighting really kicks off and everything starts blowing up, I'm going to go to the bathroom. So I will be right back, and just in case I do explode, I'm going to hold here. So I will be right back as fast as I can.
Tailrine said, Examin Garcia Wicked Priest Bro. Cubano Hambrento said, don't do it, he is a bum.
I have returned, we're fine, okay. And Elwin, I know Garcia is you. Okay. And I'm sure you will do fantastic in defending the NCWL. Liberty has said. Wonder who you are. Who knows?
Tailrine
Okay.
said, how is he know?
How is he know? Who knows?
Not
Okay,
like
so
this, not
tourmaline,
like this.
dilo, punctuase, and salicylic acid. Okay, let's grab a syringe case. We have a mech. Fuck yeah.
Cubano
Based.
Hambrento said, Kappa.
Okay. Medical fab, where did it go? Who knows? Okay, let's keep going. This... Still a bunch of people. Two unknowns. Two unknown people at South Dock with handheld crew monitor. I don't like it. Okay. CD not saw. Alright. 14 loco, don't drink that. Anything else we can do here? I don't think so, really. I think we just have to wait for a fight and fight as best we can. I'll be a meat wagon arriving. Wow, that's a lot of ships over there. Okay. Ooh-wee. Okay, what else can we buy? Enforcers? Hell yeah. A 120mm cannon? Sweet. Dude. You should probably... Let's do that. Deny them to any borders. Yeah, just bring everything in. Okay. Garcia, Wicked Priest. Hold on. Elaine is watching the checkpoint. Fun, fun. Okay, still a bunch of those. Do we have anything here that we might want? Styles Buster. Steel Sheets. Don't think so. Okay. A random crusher. Let's quickly take a peek here once more. Don't see anything super scary. Alright. Senator hard suit. This is getting pretty tense. Do we have souls? We have some souls outside. Okay. Insufficient. Damn. Okay, hold on. Let's recharge the battery. Whoops. Ooh. Like that one. Health analyzer. I do actually want one. Health analyzer. Give me that. Here we go. SYR syringe case. Now let's make syringes. Very good. Wait, okay. That should be fine. Now we need... Bones, poison, piercing, brute, saline blood loss. Okay. Piercing. Piercing and bones are probably... So piercing, bullet, 11 UOD. Wow, okay. Let's do that. Or piercing. That transfer amount, 10U actually. 10U. 10U. That will do brute, I suppose. We can do bones. 25. Brute and brute. These I can do the full thing, and we'll do blood loss because everyone is going to bleed here. Good. Close that up. So that's piercing, brute, blood loss. Good. DSM envoy. We have an envoy from the damn DSM? Okay. Sickle anti-porter turret. Huh, okay. Okay, we have that going on. How many people do we have with an NCWL here? Okay, let's give a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh, I need my Mac boots on. I am stupid. Oh my god. What the hell? Wow. An artifact exploded. That sucks. God. Okay. Can we make grenades? I hope so. Okay. Grenade, twist cap grenade, large payload, and electromagnetic grenades. Okay. I do want that. Let's get some. Twist cap, electromagnetic. Electromagnetic, twist cap. Alright, I don't think we should need anything else apart from that. I'm just going to drop this for another grenade. That just seems more useful. Very good, okay. Everyone is alive. Mass scanner. Ship moving out there. Okay. I haven't seen any death rattles, so everyone should be doing fine. We have a prince here, okay. 3... Okay, interesting. Alright, we should be good. A straight up monkey, cool. Cybergon Technologies. Ooh, can we get a laser sword? Ah, we're building reinforced walls. Stuff here. Everything. Let's just quickly do a sweep. Okay. Ooh, lag. That's fine. Looking good here. Looking good here, okay. Alright. Now they can attack us at any time. Alright. Get all these. Yeah. Sit back a little bit. Alright. Hydrate. Going to drink so much water. I swear I'll make some actually interesting redeems eventually. I just need to get some good ideas for them. Alright. Let me make sure everything looks okay on the recording side. Yep. I'm out of the way. You can see everything. There's a little bit of cut off at the end, but that's just how my monitor is. Okay, we're good. Alrighty. Feed console. Ooh, let go. Okay, I don't see anything currently. How many souls are aboard? A lot. Okay, I do want to be on the bridge so I can see further. I mean, it's a bit selfish, but like I do want to see what's going on. There's a shotgun in the wall, cool. From the explosion, I have to imagine. Okay, mass scanner. Radar. Okay. Nothing on the radar for now, at least. Map. Okay, here we go. Have both of these open. IFF cloaked ship out there. Oh, hold on. Home Guard Brass, this speaks of the lack of progress made in the campaign. Supply reinforcements to Nova Baleska has been cut. The rebels receive more troops. Is that so? Okay. Interesting. So, the admins want us to go out, it seems, and actually fight them in space instead of a defense. Where's all of our bogs? Ocean. Bodega. A random bodega out there. Huh. Oh, and that just broke. Interesting. Hold on. Salutations, shrewd friends and esteemed clients. Okay. Bunch of prices. Fair enough. Lodka moving out. Map, do we have any DSM out and about? Yes. They are over at Craster's Grave. Fair enough. Clay Santos? Basically nothing. GSC. Jackal is in the middle of nowhere. Okay. Then there's 3 ships here. Huh. Could that be where they're staging from? I wonder what's the story with that. Interesting. Warthog. What is that? More revolutionary ghost rolls are available. They're spawning ghost rolls? Okay. Interesting. Well, we have some syndicate cyborgs. Okay, camera monitor. Do we have any cameras?
Boneless Banana 72 said, war escalates.
That it is. It seems like both the revolutionaries and the home guard are both wanting to play this defensively, and the admins do not want that to happen. They want a big fight in the middle of space, if I had to take a quick guess. Comrades, do we have a percussion instrument somewhere? A CD computer, medical records? Alright. Power monitoring. Alright, we have totally fine. Communications console, yep. It's assault mag. Oh, we have another one available. Interesting. Surveying port. What is that? I don't actually know what that did. I just pressed Z on it and it vanished. Oh wait, here it is. Okay, so I'm assuming that is like a camera. A body cam, I presume? Oh my gosh. There we go. Now, do I have... It's on a camera on here. I'm sorry, what? With a sad heart, I would like to announce that Barack Obama was assassinated by an NLF assassin. Who? Okay. Interesting. Shell saw. With all of their allies, mind you. What? Oh boy. Hit the fleet. Bodega is out. Saw. Do. Oh, that they are. Okay. Things are just getting a whole lot more. Okay, get support from CMM. Hmm. Wow, they have a lot of stuff out there, okay. So if Saw is going to be hostile, have a Amadeus? They have a lot, okay. Now, I do not know what the... How do I put this? End goal of the revolution is. So I know that they're trying to coup the home god, right? So Vulcan and Emna. But I don't know if they need to take Port Palesca, if you know what I mean, right? Is it within their capabilities to just totally annihilate the entire Port Palesca? Or do they want to actually take Port Palesca? I don't know what their plan is. Or what they can or can't do. Okay. Okay, do. Nothing is jumping out at me.
Superfest
Okay.
guy said, they just gotta kill Vulcan.
Alright.
If the
So
fort
it is totally...
survives, it's a bonus.
Okay. Well then, in that case, I absolutely foresee them bombarding the absolute hell out of Port Palesca. Needs drums. Want drums? Let's see what we can do. All able-bodied partisans ready to serve the Workers' League are to form up on the square. Okay, let's clear out the square then. Woo! Move this out of the way. Make clear the square. Oh wait, hold on. Good. Okay, here we go. Post to report. What is in that machine's brain? Requires one percussion instrument. Okay. Textiles crate. Fair enough. Can you possibly let me out? Okay, hold on, let's take this off. Oh? Mayflower, Britannia. 762? That does look cool. I do want it. Okay, 762. I'm assuming that goes with the Britannia. Let me just make sure. Yes, it does. Okay. Here we go. Let's make some more of them. There are... Actually, there isn't. Okay. We need drums for this participant. Okay. A percussion instrument, Ghost of Sour, Chengrid. You will crew bodegas to be produced by a glorious application wing. Okay. Bodegas it is. A sword of Chengrids will strike at the Saw outpost full of yelling scum. Okay. Wipes a tree. Aye. logs we do. Okay, so we'll shell the shit out of them. Alright, let's go get that sorted then. So we want a bodega. It goes 12mm. Wait, 12mm? What? Yeah, no, who knows? Okay, so we need bodega. Wait, hold on, there's both? Eh, who knows? 12 shuttle engine. Well, shuttle engine? Ah, there they are. Salutes. Spawn a bodega. We'll get that going immediately. Bog and hind moving. Okay. What's they doing? Where's the group I was just going in? Getting industry. So south east. 045. Okay, let's see where 045 is. 045. Good. We need 90mm. 90mm stuff, and let me just quickly what do I get rid of? Health analyzer, I suppose.
Maximus Real.
Now how to do?
You said just.
Ooh, I did. Fuck. What am I? What do I do now because of that? I have absolutely no clue. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I mean, I lasted a while, but I did say just. I said there again too. I have no idea what I do because of that. No one's ever used that before. It's a fuck ton of IFF-less ships near Gleis.
What, you didn't come up with anything?
You know, I did, and I completely forgot it. That's what I did. I completely forgot, and now I look like a dummy. I suppose I'll think of something, but I'll keep it in mind that I need to do. What's your Discord on the
Take a shot.
on the Discord? Take a shot? I can do that. I don't have alcohol with me at the moment, but if you give me your Discord, I'll send you a picture of me doing it later. Huh? Sound like a plan?
LOL. Okay.
Alrighty.
It's Maximus.
43 Maximus. Very good. 43mm, 90mm. Okay, 43 and 90. It gets my ID scanned in. Very good. I'm going to need someone to load for me. But currently, I just need ammunition. 43 and 90. 43 and 90. Okay, here we are. Let's get a duffel bag and another duffel bag. We can get this going. Okay, so 90mm. Although we have no plasma in this. Okay. Then let me go over here. No, not gold, copper. Plasma. Bunch of this. We're gonna need it. Okay, 90mm. Here we go. It's an IFF list ship below the port. That's yeah, that good. How many is that now? Okay, we can get 2 more. Will that be enough? I mean, I kind of do want more. I want to do some long-range bombardment. We'll get 3 more after that. Okay, 90mm. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. No 3? Okay, that's fine. Now 43mm stuff. 43. That's not. Oh, 43mm is just 50 cal if I remember correctly. So that's what we want. Okay, bunch of steel. We want low yield explosive. So a bunch of steel is what we need. One, 2, 3. Throw that over there. 1, 2, 3. $50 cal. Bunch of these. Very good, very good. And carry some. Okay. How much do we have here? A good amount. Ooh, okay, let's lug this over. Very good. Who would like to be a bog loader? I need just one. One will do me. It's not good for borders, but that's what I'll need. Okay. So this should be the 90mm. Yes. Okay. Now this one is view 90mm. Load. 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 Is this bolted? Okay. Oh, 4, 5. Which one is that? Is that me? 045. Yes, we'll do that real quick for them. What? I just... Okay, here we go. Hit shift. Alright, here we go. Good, 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 good. Now let's get some more of this, huh? Bog 045 will be ready to depart soon. If anyone wants to be a loader, I request one. Okay. Here we go. Oop, lag spike. Ah. Oh, well, here's some. Goody me. All right. Oh, it seems like I might not be getting one. A shame, but it's alright. Bodega 579 ready to launch. Alright, here we go. Ready to go. Requesting loader 045. Oh, okay. Let's take a peek. What is out there? We're going to bombard CMM. No, not CMM. What am I talking about? No, we're attacking. Ooh. Yeah. Alright. Oh, Pete, we're leaving. Okay, well, let's go. It is just me on this ship then.
Cubano Hambrento said.
Should be saw. Okay. So, I am alone on this ship, which means I'm going to be running repairs and loading myself. So, we'll see how effective I am. RPM has been paid to fight for us, so kindly do not shoot at them. Alright. Let's go to free. Who is our flagship in this formation? Okay. I'm assuming 579. I guess that will be me. Okay, Captain. What is your ship? Captain? Alright. Zazoni. Okay. Joining up with Bodega crew, but behind. Fair enough. We are catching up. Tribal scrapyard is over there. We need full steam ahead in our LPC research. It just directs north? No. A shock troop unit for the NOF separationist movement has arrived. Looks like there won't be any more reinforcements for a while. Okay, so based on that, I can assume that we have a lot more people than the NLF and they are spawning ghost rolls to try to supplement them. That's what I have to assume based on that announcement. Okay. Perfect. Look at that. Very nice. Borg is reporting borders. Oh shit. Okay. Alright, we're being attacked. Maybe they jetpacked all the way over? Who knows? That is very bad. Okay, hopefully Valeska is okay while we are out. Okay, we do have another bodega all the way back there. Okay. Remember, Bogs have a 15-kilometer range on their mortars. If we can refine our movement, we can shell from an extreme range. Yep, possible borders on board. Okay, change course. Okay. Gunfire on port. Okay, they are definitely boarded. Godspeed, Valeska. Slightly adjusting course. CDU says we only shoot at NLF. Don't shoot saw until shot at. Okay. That's not where we want to be with a bodega though. Okay. Keep a 100 meter distance from any ship. Will do. Bodega chip on me. Union workers and home guard, please assemble. Logistics hit by bombs. Fuck. Okay, so whatever we have now is what we got, basically. I would have to imagine. Do I leave my loader post? No. Okay. My bodega has caught up. Okay. They almost nuked the AME. Fuck. Okay. Alright. Map breaking just a little bit as of usual. What is that? AME is gone. Fuck. Okay, AME is gone. We have no power on Valeska. Fuck. Okay. Believe we are winning hard. Retakes. Okay. AME is not gone. Shield gen is gone. Let's see. That is good news. Okay. Good, good, good. Alrighty. I'm going to quickly take a sip of water while I still can. Okay. I doubt anything is left of them. Paint signals, probably a good time to ask what is our end goal. Oh my god. I'm going to go on the other side of them. Thermite Mark II, Weaver, Air, Nisar.
Get called into work just as it gets interesting.
Ah, of course. Well, Pamir, thank you for stopping by. I hope your work goes okay and hopefully it's not too long, because I will be here for a few more hours still. This is not the only round. Okay. Got meat wagon, faint signal. Get out of the path of the lock. Lock. Don't do it. Don't do it. Shield generator and likely ammo is destroyed. Okay. A's medical substation. We can bomb. Okay. Are we allies with GSC? Because we can bombard them from here. Okay, let's zoom in real quick. And we can get our targeting computer open as well. Yeah, there you go. Shield was gone by killed the border. Damn, them killing the
20-minute job.
20-minute job? Okay, shouldn't be that long then. Good luck. Hopefully there's no helicopters that have been blitzed. Yeah, I'll just CD and IPM but not GSC. Okay, so do not attack IPM Haze. Understood. Okay, meat wagon is fine. Ooh, now I get spooky. Okay. We have a NCWL Zorni. Leader. Thorny. Okay, is that friendly though? What's this ship doing? I'm spooked by everything here. To be completely honest. Okay. Okay. We continue. Bodega all the way up there. We can bombard them.
CSEC is she.
Taking fire from the west. Look. What do we do with this fog here? I do not know what its deal is. Okay. Valeska being fired upon. I do not trust 475. Because I know they have other ships. We will have to turn back to Valeska. We're done here. Okay, Sonia. Whatever you say. Ah, this is spooky. Now we have another bodega on the ready. There's another one there. Bodega ahead? I don't like it. I don't like it. Hold on. That bodega has a shield. Fog with shield ahead. I'm backing away. I don't want to be next to it. What is its deal? Fog, I don't think it's friendly. Valeska is under fire. Okay. Let's get back to Valeska. Okay. Understood. Let's go back. Oh, SEC is she. Okay, that's good. Good information. Thank you. Okay. Readjust. Very good. 100 meter separation. Bell is taking bad hits from the north. We need aid ASAP. It is Fubar over here. Okay. Volgan, we are on the way back. Fog. Formation on the way back. Okay. Comms are down. Fuck. In the House of God, the Bodega is king. Yeah, we need to go quickly. Alright. Alright. The thing I'm worried about is friendly fire here. Because they have NCWL ships, and I do not think the IFF has been changed on them. What is Reggie Bell saying? Who knows? Who knows? That Weaver is up there though, I think. They were there from before. Oh, meat wagon moving. If you spot a GSC vessel, gun it down. Like that Weaver? Hmm? IFF-less ship. What is that ship? I do not like it. Looks like a kite, so... Oh? I do not like whatever they are doing. This is Wisp. Head to Baleska. Okay, keep going, keep going. Yeah, it looks like SOM. I'm going to keep passing though. As much as I am tempted to shoot at it, we just need to get back to Port Baleska. Yeah, we just need to go to Baleska. That's the important part. Baleska is under siege, so we need to be there. Evolutionaries remaining 4 out of 12. Okay! Alright, we are winning. Very good, very good. Alright. Might. I'm listening close to hear if anyone is on the ship because I do not trust whatever that ship was that was cloaked. The kites or spider or whatever it was. They could have absolutely hopped out and just flown over. So I'm trying to listen. The CWL Bog Fleet is heading back to Baleska. That we are. Nova Baleska has been rendered inoperable. 10 minutes until the round is declared a win in favor of the NLF movement. Fuck. Okay. Alright. This is bad. Top Brass suggests emergency repairs to the onboard AME unit. The AME was damaged. Fuck. Okay. Wait, I don't understand. How is that a win for the NLF? Is Volgan dead? Has Volgan been killed? Okay. Alright.
Dodonishan I said. They waited for Vol'jin's fleet to leave Nova then bombarded it.
Yes, it does seem that's what they did.
Brento said. Destroying the station was a win-con.
Okay. Yeah. It did seem like the admins wanted us to push out. I imagine that's the reason, but, you know. This is how it goes. We'll be back, though. Let's see what's... I'm looking for cloaked ships. Are we to fire on any cloaked ships in Baleska's vicinity? They might not even be on their ships anymore, but just on station. Who knows? Okay. Something I cannot tell you the answer to. Fair enough. Okay. Communications are still not restored, so I'm going to assume we're not getting them back. Bigger Zorni. Alright. A horn? I'm scared. Okay. How far are we off? We're getting there, we're getting there. Sunder? Did we field a Sunder? Or is that NLF? I don't remember us getting any Sunder that... Okay. Oh, they do have NLF. Okay. Murder all NLF. Indeed. Okay, so there's a NLF bodega there. Okay. We've opened fire. On what?
Maximus Reali said, Valjan's fleet got told to leave Balreska by the admins and then they did. The fucking rebels hit it, and it's over.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of feel like that, but we're going to keep fighting. By God. What is Dog firing on? That bodega there. Okay. Let's get ready to fight. I'm going to go wide. I want to see if I can flank them. If I die, I can always jetpack over and board them. Don't have an RCD though.
Brento said, least admin intervened round.
Yeah. Okay, NLF bodega is definitely going in there.
Ammoniakov said, Rah.
Rah! Is that all fire from Port Balreska? Shit.
Watch
That
out
might be
for
from
BDS
Balreska.
Funko.
Yeah. I don't think I ever... Oh shit, I need to open up the bulkheads. I don't think I ever did that. I did not. Open. This one should be open too. Okay, thankfully I checked that before I fired the damn mortars. Now the radar computer. Up here. Okay. I'm going to try to loop back here. Who is the Sunder? Sunder, is it NLF? Volgan is alive, okay. Okay. NLF Bodega 800 meters that way. Okay, let's get close and obliterate it. Probably get boarded in the process, but that's what we're going to do. But the IFF is so cluttered. Okay. NLF. Line up. Break. Borders. Just make sure it dies. Balreska is dark. IP a meat wagon. It's over the NLF one. Aww. Whoa, don't Sunder. Careful. The Sunder is firing at me. What is Meat saying? Mortars are out of ammo, okay. Valeska's healthy, we have power. Oh, good. Oh, and the round ended. Okay. Well, fuck. Huh. Okay. Wow. Okay, how interesting. Wow. Okay. Let's dock. Whoa, someone shooting me? Shit, what happened? What is going on? Oh, I have anchor? Who is shooting up there? Hold on. Wait, our computer. Someone. Who knows? Okay, let's get off and get on to Port Valeska at least. Oxygen on. Jetpack on. This. Whoa. Ability, something NCWL alive, actually NLF win. What the fuck happened here? Reggie Bell? I don't know if Reggie... I'm just gonna... look for a second. Okay. Wow. And I'm lagged out. Okay. What? I'm stuck. What am I stuck on? Oh, I'm stuck. Eh. Hold on. Do I need a jetpack? Okay, something is really screwy. Who knows? No, like... No server. Oh wow, look at that. Well, shit. Wow. So we're going to end it in a moment? Oh, but now I can move. What? I'm so confused. Wow. Did they block off the hall? Oh, okay, I'm just... Wowie. Fort Balaska really did get messed up, wow. Oh, there we go. Alright. Fair enough, I suppose.
We go forward, we come back. We go forward, we come back. The golden path, it's the only way.
Well, let's read. Okay, let's read for a second the summary that Aisha did. Alright, Aisha. The coup was successful. Revolutionary deaths? 14 men, 7 rendered unclonable, 2 revived later only to die again. Revolutionary ship losses? 3 out of 4. Unionist deaths? 12 men, 1 revolutionary ship loss. Result, Novobaleska AME lost power for too long. Full integrity was completely eviscerated. Some revolutionaries were still alive by the time the round ended. The coup wins. Wow. Okay. I also got a ping from the general. Let me just quickly take a peek. Yeah. Okay. Well, we are in this screen here. While we have 8 minutes, I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom, do everything I need to. So I will be right back. I hope to see you all in just a little bit when the next round starts, okay? See you all in a moment.
Superfest guy said, we win, when the admins. Also if you're curious what DSM was plotting, we were just going to go do some trade.
Instead the round just
Suddenly ended.
pain and agony.
Okay, welcome back. Hello, hello. I took care of some stuff. And now I'm here to just waffle on for about 2 more minutes until the next round starts. To reply to what you were saying, yeah, it is a little bit weird. They say a bodega was showing us for 18 million years, 5 kilometers from us. And I'll be honest, I didn't check or I didn't see. I was just following what my commander was saying, and unfortunately, it seems we lost. Well, at least that's the saying. I'm surprised to hear that they were destroying Port Valeska is a win condition, seeing as they're a revolutionary and trying to coup the NCWL leadership. I mean, I would imagine the idea would be to capture Port Valeska in order to use it instead of just destroying their hold in Taipan. I mean, that's what I think anyway, but, you know. That's how it turned out. How was it? Oh, how was it? It was okay. We spent a good amount of time preparing defenses, and then we were poked at by the admins that the Chen Goods is not happy with how the Home Guard have been staying in port, essentially. And so a bodega fleet was constructed to go out and attack the NLF. Once we left Port Valeska to go attack, the NLF came in with at least 1 bodega and some other ships and attacked Port Valeska while we were on the other side of the map. By the time we arrived back home to Port Valeska, everything, the match was called essentially by Aisha and the round ended. So me personally did not do much actual fighting due to this. So, I mean,
Biggest fumble was listening to that.
yeah, I mean, if the admins say it, the admins say it, I suppose.
Your port is literally the only way you survive.
That's what I'm thinking, because it's odd that the NLF wanted to destroy Port Valeska as a win condition, because it's a coup, wouldn't they want to capture it instead?
Domination, I said. Put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah, I don't know. That's how the round turned out though, so we'll see what happens now. Okay. Well, let's hop in as a partisan.
There's just 1 ship left. We should send the entire fleet at them instead of a detachment.
Yeah. I agree with you. I agree.
Maximus Reali said, okay, so you could also not listen to that and have whichever admin said that spawn in 8 billion revolutionaries from thin air.
Yes, there was, what, 3 waves of reinforcements? Then again, on their side, they were also attacking us when we had how many factions that arrived to our aid? We had a lot of people. But from what sounds like, it was not enough. Man, you just shell Port Valeska and win a coup? Whatever. That was last round, and now it is this round. So we need to fight once again. I presume DSM. Oh, and you said that earlier with DSM was flying to go do some trade. Yeah, I have no idea what DSM was up to. I looked and saw DSM was mining. I said, whatever. Who knows? And I stopped thinking about them pretty much because there were better things to do. Okay. Wait, can you not hug IPCs? Huh, interesting. No hugs for IPCs allowed. Incredible. Who do we have on for today? Let's see. Alright. So we have Partisan, Union Walker. No one. Okay, well, shit. Not many souls aboard today. Well, let's get this. Sort of. Sort of. That was an event with leadership of the NCWL moving over, but not everything in a round is canon. It's mixed. So like, depending. Okay, yeah. Let me move this here. Okay. Let's do someone with the coup. Maybe. Guys. Everyone trying to find their place now. Okay. Let's see what we can do.
Said,
Oop.
I am back. 30 minutes to put in 3 screws.
Fuck! They called you to put in 3 screws? That sucks. Well. I hope that the stream is a little bit better for you now. Pamir, to catch you back up, we were called back to Port Valeska because we were being shelled. By the time we arrived, we engaged one ship, and the round was called by the admins as an NLF win because of the major damage to our home port here on Port Valeska. And the Discord is aflame with comments about that round. And we are currently in the 2nd round, although there is not many souls aboard currently. So take that as you will. Now we need to figure out what the hell we are going to do now. Okay. Close bolt. Well, I suppose the only thing we can do is, whoops, buy a Exuma since we don't have leadership to Le Bomb. Aaron Pierce. What? I'm hearing voices in my mind. I'm hearing things. Good God. Okay, weird. That one of the admins? Who knows? Okay, let's buy an Exuma. I am going to buy an Exuma and mine, I suppose. I mean, that's all we can do without leadership. Yeah, okay, let's go mine. You can grab this too. I'll try to be quick. Okay, here's what's going to happen. I'm absolutely going to be jumped and murdered. That just will happen. Let's grab an EVA suit. I don't want to grab a sanitized suit. Every man that will work. Whoops. So we need a jetpack and a global positioning system. I can put this in here. Grab a emergency tank, mag boots. Oh, also, Pamir, this game is free. You should absolutely try it sometime. A random mortar shell for some reason. Alright. Let's buy that ship now. Exuma. UT 959. 959. Can I get a moon pointer? Yes. Okay, I want to have a pinpointer back home here. So let's just... Hold on. Link. Okay, that'll work. Oh yeah, Captain? Oh yes, Sonia is coming out. Good. Good, good, good. If I need anything else before I leave, I don't think so. We can just get going. Okay. Let's do this quickly because people are going to be coming out and I do not have the equipment to stop them, if you will. Okay. Departing to mine in moments.
I might
I don't
try
even-
it one of these days.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little hard to learn the controls, but once you do that, I mean, I've played this game a shit ton. Okay, down here. Oh, it should be here. There we are. Good. Now let's link up this to our thing here. Door status. Hold on. Other way maybe? Group 5 door bolt. No, hold on, hold on. Group 5 door bolt. Group 5 door bolt. Group 5 door bolt. Okay. Now, if this works properly, we should be able to completely lock down the ship whenever we press that button. Is this one already? No, it's not. Okay. And lastly, this one. Whoops. Other way around. Group 5, door bolt. Close that. Open this. Sit down. Put this in my pocket. 5. Perfect. Okay, let's move fast. We do not have much time. Not much time at all. At the first sign of trouble, we need to just straight up leave. That'll be the safest for us. Okay. Okay, gets on course. And now we can level out. Forward. Whoops, wrong button. 3. Exuma. 599. Departed for iPad 1. A warthog? There's a warthog on the way. Ooh. I don't like it. Okay. In all likelihood, I'm just going to die. Warthog? Warthog? Is that a fighter? I think it must be like an ultralight. I'm going to pull back because I don't know what the Warthog's deal is. Hold on. It is still coming this way. Pull back some more. Keep going back. What is the warthog going to do? What is your deal? A spacer. I'm watching. Okay, let's keep going. Keep on keeping on. Maybe they're going to trade or something, who knows. Hey, flee. Okay, so it just was announced on the Discord server that as a result of this coup, there is going to be an election. The player Shaggy is going to be representing the New Liberation Party, which is who we just fought, and a couple other parties are going to be created as a part of that. Alright. Interesting. Okay, alright. No real changes on like if this round isn't going to happen or not. Seems like everything is still going as planned. Okay. Moving on. We should be arriving in Taipan 1 in a moment. We do have one captain. Good. Asking to arm up in the armory. Here we go. It's all spawning in. Right. Very, very good. Try to make this quick because there is absolutely going to be someone who is going to come out here because I am alone. Alright, do I see anything on the map? Any IFF-less ships? There's some stuff going on over there. That's good. Okay, well, you should be good for now then. Keep on keeping on. On. Oh, I forgot to... Shit. Hold on. Got an important step. Activate. There we go. Whoopsie. That's fine. We only mind a small rock. Very good. Good old rock munchin'. Alright, now we go over here. Still don't see anything. Okay, no ultralights on my way. Okay. next up, this large one. Very good. Okay. Now I'm taking a risk here because I don't have a EVA suit on my person. Hopefully I don't come to regret that. I could. Could certainly. Good. Right. Just a little bit more. Good. Alright. Head over to the other side here. What's that? A termite? Okay, we'll grab one more rock and then we turn to Valeska so we can get our trackers and a proper weapon as well as armor. That's the plan. Okay. Control E. Close it up. Close. E. Back home. Righty. Woo! Quick little trip. Let's take a peek at what I got from that, I'm assuming not that much, but a little bit. Yeah, that's a little bit. Grab this. Good. Lovely. And now we relax, sit back, and head on home. My cat's staring at me from across the room looking cute. Alrighty. Quick water. According to the server browser, we have 84 people online currently. But still, not a whole lot for NCWL, so I am concerned about what's going to happen to us. Where did Fort Valeska go? Hold on, did I screw up massively? Let's see. Map. Shoot. Stop that. Map. Scan. Ah, I need to go direct east. Okay, that makes sense. Whoopsie daisy. Okay. There we go. One moment, I'm gonna let the cat out. Okay, I have appeased the cat. We will survive the coming winter. Okie dokie. Everything's going just fine. Almost home. Actually, are we? I can't tell quite yet. Why am I stuck on the... Okay, there you go. Weird bug there. Ooh. Let's just have a nice period of calm after the wildness of last shift. 24 minutes in, we have... Who knows how many people? Okay. Here we go. They're departing to go mine. I can drop my stuff off. It's not much, but it'll do. What is that ship there? Cherenkov. Okay. You have enough clearance to dock here? Let's see. Here we go. Nice clean dock. We love to see it. Okay. Ah, shit. Hold on. I messed it up. Station alert level has been set to red. Why? Who knows? Who knows? Forward, door bolt. Go. And D. There you go. Right. Now let's drag our lovely crate of goods. Not a lot, but enough. Here we are. Bring her down. Get everything shoved in. An unaffiliated Hoth class mobile outpost. Alright. One artifact fragment. Bring that up to research. There they go. Now let's get our tracking implant, arm up, all that such. So can I see how many people we have here now? Yes. No, so many union workers. Wow, okay. Very well, very well. Okay, here we are. Any suits left? Yes. Very good. get that on. Then we need... Oh, we all have mag boots on. Good. We have a GPS. Okay. Very nice. Let's grab a watchdog. That needs what the magazine real quick. 45 9mm. 9x. Then. Here we go. Lovely. And ammunition box. Very good. Now our helmet should be in order. We have our jetpack in our bag there. Perfect. Anything else? Anything else? I don't think so. We should be able to just go right back out. We don't need more air. Yeah, okay. I'm ready. We can grab some basic tools, put it in here. We could do that. Put an RCD, we could board something maybe. Okay. And a wrench. That'll work. Perfect. Let's get going again. Underway. We got this one. Very good. Might be a little bit lost. Don't worry about me. Everyone is to undock and form up on the Shirenza car. Good. Very good. Rotate screen, undock, pull away, module E, locks down. Here we go. Look at that, all our exhumers ready to start doing stuff. Gonna mine the shit out of over there. Perfect. Woo! Stretching a little bit. There it goes. No, don't ram them. Oh. Oh. Vanguards, ensure your guns are loaded and bolted. We will move to Taipan 1 and mine, as I was doing a little bit ago. Oh wow, hello Timur. Many centuries ago in the land of Eurasia on Earth. On Earth, huh? The Almighty punished countless millions of sinners. Okay, buddy. We'll prioritize violet asteroids, then dark brown, then light brown. So dark brown is what we want to grab. Avoid ice asteroids. Let's go. All our buddies are going out to mine. Hooray. DSM Redeemer? What the fuck? No, don't crash. DSM at... Okay. They are there, so you know, A little concerning, I also heard there's a creature outside my door. Cool. Timur has died. Okay, well, shit. Zuma, don't crash into me, please. I'm going to go in front of you, Jazenkov. Meep meep. Just get on your other side. Very good. Good. That is just going to keep going. Well, whatever. It can do what it wants. As long as it doesn't break anything, it will be, let's call it anti-boarding. Or anti-boarding monster. Whoa, too far. Icon 1. Redeemer, Redemptor. 2 Redemptors. 2 DSM Redemptors in Icon 1. Not moving. God struck my gunner down. Ah, well, wow, okay. Need me to board you, Sonya? I can leave my Exuma and replace them. If they clear the docks, that is. Whatever Sonya wants to do.
Around, they said, when the hull is rotten.
Straight up rotten. I mean, the crew round was a little bit rotten at the end, but what? It be how it be. Currently we are in the. Let's check. First 30 minutes of the next round. Oh, hold on.
Have you heard about the upcoming carrier and turret updates? Turrets are being completely redone and carriers are being made so you can respawn on them and they get AI-controlled fighters you assign commands to.
Wow. If that is the case and you can respawn on them as well, carriers will become incredibly strong. Because if you can respawn on them, then you can just go out, die, come back, go out, die, come back, and you can just keep going out. So that'll be very strong.
I'm auxiliary essentially.
So it sounds. And I mean, I do really like carriers in fiction, especially in a game like this where you want a bunch of people. So I think it's pretty cool. What? I believe my Vanguard has no ammo. Oh my god, they didn't grab ammo. No! Oh! Shame! Shame! Okay. Our capital is attacking the Redemptor. Cool, cool. Okay, well, the Jazenkov is also engaging the enemy. It's alright. Let's space out. Okay. There it goes. Oh, shots coming in. Redemptors are pulling back. Okay,
Turrets
let's quickly.
Also coming out with a faction warfare system pre-baked in where you compete for points of interest for loyalty points which you can spend on Navy issue ships and turrets.
God damn.
NCW's turret stick seems to be longer range but slower firing speed for their ballistics, and longer travel time and missile HP at the cost of speed for missiles.
Well, that does sound very cool. My only concern is I don't know when that will be coming out, you know what I mean? That sounds very, very cool. I just hope it actually arrives at a decent time, because, I mean, sounds really cool and I like to play with it. Okay, Redemptors are still around. Is that? I think the Vanguard is about to be boarded.
Turrets are mostly essentially done. There's regular updates and number change logs. The last one is from a day ago.
Last one is from a day ago. Okay. Hell yeah. I will say, I think I just watched 6, 9, and 8 just get boarded. I saw a PR 6, 9, 8 status. I think I just saw you get boarded. Okay. I'm concerned about him. I'm gonna stay back and watch what happens. Yup, the Vanguard is spinning. Okay. Redemptor is shooting at it. I'm gonna just hide behind this rock. Redemptor is active. Yup, there's a mech outside of it. You see it? Okay, I'm gonna do something stupid. You hear this? Okay. Redemptor, you're mine. Get over here, Redemptor! Get over here! Fuck! Okay, I was trying to go for a ram into the Redemptor. Fuck, okay. The air is venting out. Alright, get over here. Bump. Cease what you're doing, Redemptor. You will cease what you're doing. Woo! Okay, there we go. Let's get off. Air on. Nope. Wrong way. There we go. We are jetpacking. We have CD out there. I'm gonna get that damn Redemptor. Come on. Get over here. Get over here, Redemptor. I'm gonna keep following it until I get to it. If it doesn't run away, I'm boarding it. That's what I'm gonna do. Fuck, come on, go, 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 go. We can check out the other Redemptor first, I suppose. Looks dead as hell. Yeah, there's just nothing left here. Home Guard gas mask though. Interesting. Oh, Redemptor is still harassing up there. Oh, hold on. Let's try to kill this guy over here. Where are you? Oh, the Mascano is in the corner. Hold on. Ugh. Okay, there's definitely that mech floating around. Let's see if I can't get to the Redemptor. Okay. Wow, these two Redemptors fucked us up. On wrench. On wrench. Woo! Okay. Sonya is dead. Let's go check it out. Okay, wow. I just phased through it. Holy shit. Alright. Let's assess for a second. Wait, Dumpter is running with his tail between his legs. Okay, let's try to make sure we move north. No. Now is it correct? Yes. Okay. They are in our hard suit. Shit. Okay. Well, let's go say hi to the Shiraznikov. Got not bolted. Fuck. Okay. Heal. Good. I don't even know if I shot him at all. I'm gonna go to the Vanguard. They might be rewarded again. There's an AFK man here. Okay. Well, shit. There is nothing left. Okay, alright, what are we gonna do, huh? Ship is bone stranded. Sonya's corpse and ID. I shot up an Imperial in space. There is 2 active batons. Alright, what are we gonna do about it? Let's just hold for a moment. I will have to be running low on oxygen here soon too. Let's head over to one of the exhumers. And we can get a resupply. Let's see if this one is still alive. Raz. Who the hell are you? What? Oh my god. Who is that? Liberty Dash said, okay. Let's get in. That is what's more important right now. Okay. Yeah, there's just no power here. They seem to have been looted. Are you okay? Soul remains dormant. Okay. No ID card, they stole the ID. Comrade. Fuck. Okay, well, shit. Let's keep moving. Let's check this one up here. We need to start saving on our... Okay, this way. Okay, careful, careful. Hello. Bad state of affairs. I shot up in Imperial in. Nah. I'm looking to... Okay, I'm going to go say hello to the Vanguard. Vanguard, I am jet packing to you. Okay. Let's go. There's an active... I think that's a mech. Okay, well this could be very bad very soon. Go, 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 go! Hello! Friend! I'm a comrade! Ahem. Mech incoming! Yup. Ugh. Holy shit. Fuck. Okay, okay. Damn. Did my jetpack just turn off? No, I'm good. No, don't do that. Fuck. No, fuck. Damn. Okay. Well, I shot up a mech a little bit, but I don't think it's exactly a surprise I died. Damn. I can't exit my body. Uh-oh. Ghost.
Simply an
Ow.
issue of skill.
True, that was a skill issue. Ymir is still alive. Okay. But he is about to be boarded by the mech. I can see there. Okay. Whew. Come on, Demure. You got
It's
this.
why they send so little escorts with basically 50 million enemies trying to contest for the belt.
Who knows? I at least shot up a Bear Imperial a little bit, and then I shot the mech up a little bit, and that's all I could really do. Oh, well, there's the mech. Fuck. Holy shit, man. Oh, it's the layer. Okay, that makes sense. The damn Vosbugs. Wait, no, did I shoot? No, I didn't. Okay. Archie Ligu. Union worker. Ah, damn. So we got hit over at Valesca too, it looks like. Wow, okay. Rest in peace. Hmm. Let's see what everyone's doing. Dock worker, okay. Union worker. Salvaging. Dead in space. Well, almost dead. Going to be dead. Pat Hides is still alive. Hmm. What happened with CD too? Oh, there's the mech again. Let's go see if I can't spectate this mech. So I mean, this mech killed the entire formation pretty much. Scout mech suit. Now what? Who is in it? Lily Wells. Lily Wells is who kills the entirety of NCWL, basically. Oh, CD awoke. Okay. Ghost rolls, like, nothing much too interesting. Wow. What is Lily Wells? Lily is a... That makes sense. Wowee. Let's just watch for just a little longer. Wow. Okay. Well, it seems like they're just gonna lie and wait for a rescue, I suppose. Now let's see how long our wait is. 5 minutes. Okay, we can get back into the round in 5 minutes. We'll make a new character. Join someone. Who should I join? I have no clue, to be honest. Not a clue. Thinking. Aw, damn ads. I swear, for the love of God. Twitch sometimes, you know? Hold on. Screw ads. There.
Wogen Virus said, screw ads.
Okay, I will hydrate 80 billion times. Don't worry, don't worry. Wow. Wowzers. Woo! Another sip of my water. Okay. Let's see what's going on for a little bit. Okay, so Abraham Hardy, Dock Worker. Gleiss is chillin'. Shipbreaker chillin'. Scribe. Okay. Union Worker. Alive. Fitness Hunter. Chilling out. Union Worker. Still in space. Okay. Shipbreaker. On the ship still, okay. Ooh. SOM is cleaning up in the belt. Timur, yeah, baby. Get him. Get his ass. Get his ass. Woo! Wow. Hey. Well, they survived, it seems. Are they going to kill them, though? Can only hope. Ooh, oh. Ooh. Oh. Okay. Okay, I'll drink some more. Oh, I'll drink a lot. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. How much? Oh my god. I'm gonna drown. Oh my. That's so much fucking water. Oh my god. I'm drinking as fast as I can. Gah. Gah. How many channel points do you even have? Oh wow, my throat is starting to hurt with the amount of water. Oh. That's so much water. Oh my god. No, not more water! Okay, picking my ball right back up.
Drown.
Domination, I said. Drowned rat.
Drowned rat.
Superfez guy said. Ha 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 ha.
Okay. Alright. I'm going to send a picture of the bottle that you just made me empty. Alright. I'll send this in the group chat. In the group chat? What am I talking about? Fucking, Hullrot server.
Content now.
I'm drowning. Bottle empty. Alright, in order to get all that, I need to drink more water. Get more water. So I need to get more water. I'll be right back. Okay, I've returned with the water bottle. I can now drink even more goddamn water. Okay. My god. It's so much water. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, there we go. Himura is still alive. Good. That's good news. But the NCWL is hurting, to say the least. I think I'm able to respawn now. Okay. Can either respawn in as Hell or someone else. Uh-huh. What do we want to do? We do tap. Could do tap. How many are on tap currently? Oh, cool. No one. Alright, probably not tap then. The Dawnbreaker. 2 souls. The Jackal. Azumoto, the Countsman. Or I could just respawn in with Port Valesca. Or really just go tap and be silly. Or let's do the following. Spacer. Oh, there's no more spacers. Wow, I didn't know there was a limit on the number of spacers that can be in a round. What's the requirements to be in that? Let's say I want to go tap. Jobs. Militiaman. What species? I wanted to see for the joke if you could do a spaceborne as like a chef or something. Oh, like dockhand. No. Okay. Fair enough. And I can't do spacer currently too. Okay. Oh wow. Wait, they've been completely removed. Okay. I see. So you really cannot do Voidborn at all with any faction currently. That's unfortunate. I mean, why happen in the game if you can't use it? Felinid, Anathi, Arachnid, Oni, Atrean, Human. Good
Dotanishina said,
question.
Voidborn is a joke race.
Yeah, but why have it in the game if it's just a joke, you know what I mean?
It was
Development time.
originally added as Sobishka's fetish race.
Yeah.
Aisha
So,
refunded him
with
later because it was a
Akani,
mistake, but he paid like $100 for it.
okay, let's... Oh, lag spike. Spike? Man, just trying to think, who do I want to play? Workers League, type out. Could do Saw. Should I do Saw? Or just 8 billion damn SRM? Yeah. I don't think so. That's why I'm kind of wacky as hell. I could though. Do they even have spots open? They do. No, I don't think so.
Shinohara is fun when it has a manager.
True, do they have a manager on? Asumoto. They do not have a manager on. Okay, well, shoot. Lord of War. True. Wow, counts? They have a lot of people today. CDT to research. Could be neat. Lycentos, Tribal Refuge, but there's no one on currently. Yeah, I mean, how many people? Wow, there's a lot of people on Saw actually. More and more tempted to join them. No spacers. Let's do CDT. Why not? Okay, so TFSC. And we want Oni. We'll do Cyberdon Agent. What is the actual role called? Asset security. Okay. Asset security. Oni. Jobs. Asset security. There we go. Now what do we want to do for this? Name, minimize. I'm gonna change it. I don't want to be Shrek. That makes sense. Yeah, could do. Why are you so red? There we go, that's better. Eye color. There we go. I like that. Name. Just quickly. What sounds like a name? Tsuboshi no Akimi. Tsuboshi. Okay. Why not? Nationality. There you go. Employer. Cyberdon. Fair enough. Don't want that. Traits. Okay, let's think about traits for a second. We could be like really psychic. Could do that. You must not be. Never mind, we're an Oni, so we can't do that. Okay, fair enough. Then let's do physical stuff then. Okay, so we have 10 points. Damage threshold is increased. martial artist. Okay. Parkour training. Jack of all trades. You must be an Oni. Melee damage becomes 30%. Okay. Oh, that locks you have all of those things though. Swashbuckler. Swords, knives, and other blades. Spears. I do like the sound of a spear. Wait a second. You melee. Oh, you get a bonus. Okay. Slash or piercing. Slash or piercing. That means probably slash. That's what we'll do. Now for points. Damage threshold. Steadfast. And for this. Self-aware could be good. Light step, I do want that. High adrenaline, will to live. Meh. Languages. Okay. French, that's funny. Okay, that's what we'll do. Now points for this. Who knows? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff here. I'm just gonna get into the game and worry about it afterwards. Okay, CDT Dawnbreaker. Asset security. Oh, it's phased. Holy fuck. Well, shit. I don't think I have anything to stop this. Okay, well, I don't have a spacesuit. I'm just gonna die. Fuck. Nope, and I just shocked myself. Oh my god. Well, and I'm quit. That is probably the quickest round I have ever. I'm good. Oh, thank you for the assist. Hooray. Okay, I just need to sprint and find a hard suit. Nothing there. Gas mask. Sure. Air. No suit, though. Okay. Fuck. Nothing there. North then? There we go. Thank you. Whew. Ugh. I still need a... That's no air. Fuck. Any air in here? No. Okay, anything on a suit here? No. Okay. Salutes. Okay, I'm gonna go south. I think I saw a body down there a little bit ago. Maybe that one has a tank on it? Yeah, you. Hey, come on. Go. Oh, fuck, I hear... Okay, well, shit. Oh, we are flying. We can't turn. Okay, well, shit. That still has no air in it. That's not gonna have air. Fuck. I don't have a crowbar. But is there anything in the home guard webbing? There is. Fuck yeah. Okay. Come on, go. Do you have a Sonya strip? Nothing. Jack Europa strip? Nothing. Do you have something in your suit? Unsatchel. Fuck. Space Medipen? Okay. And I go quit. Ooh! Alright. Trying to find... Ah! Oh my god, it's actually on. There! Oh! Oh my... I am in a hell. Okay, I do have air on. I have my helmet on. I have a gas mask on. Does this not have air in it? Who knows? Amazing. I mean, it'd be like that sometimes. Yeah, the ghosts be watching me, and it ain't be going well. Welcome to Cyberdawn. Alright, I'm not gonna ghost just yet. I'm gonna see what happens. It is really funny though. I suppose I can't be too surprised that they are spaced, but yeah. Still, oofy owie. Yeah, I feel a tiny prick. Interesting. We still do have our friends, so let's just hold on for a second. Killer replied, wanted for assaulting civilians through other crimes. Stolen ID of Spacer, not Saddam, who is knee, has probably two more, so watch out if he is disguised. Yeah. Okay. I'm dying, but I am dying slowly. And power seems to be failing. Good, good. Thank you to the admin who gave me an air tank. I see that's on my back now. Okay. I wonder, is our friend going to be able to save the day? Who knows? I don't know what he's doing until I'm dead, though. I am not familiar with the layout of the Dawnbreaker, so I don't know if there's where I would find an oxygen tank. Is this not space-proof? Fresco. I guess not. Woo! Okay. Alright, I am alive again. Oh yeah. Does this have air in it? Yes it does. I have a mask on, I have a helmet on. No spacing, I'm good. Okay. So IFF off. Let's hide our IFF. I don't want to be known here. There is someone out there. Okay. Alright, I don't actually know who's hostile for them. Let's load in Mark 3. Is this better? No, it's not. Okay. We need to get repairing. Let's... No, on the grill. Yeah. Crowbar. Hold on, I don't know who is going to be here. Okay. Crowbar. Ow. Whoa. Corsair 11mm, give me that. Okay. Flopper rifle. Don't know if there's still people on board though. Okay, let's not space the entire area. Okay, let's take a peek. Insufficient power. Well, shit. Ding, ting, tax suit. I'm sure that's really damn good. Actually, it's not. I just saw punishment. Ah, there. Let's just clear the rest of the ship. What is the syndicate? Hold on, let's see. Not X. Well, Saw anyway. I can just check here. It is T. Checking rooms for any stowaways. Let's bolt. Okay, that's where I got shocked before. In here.
Premier_1 said, empty hallways with blood seems hazardous.
Yeah, I would agree. This is the Dawnbreaker, and we seem to have been boarded at one point by something or other, and it's for us the fuck up. Trying to make sure that we are still alive, if you will. Anything on the radar? I need to see where Saw is, but as soon as I can, yes. Map scan. IPM. Saw. Where actually are we? I think there's a map in the Discord. Let me quickly check. Hold on. Map. Tips from veteran players. Oh my god, hold on. Well, shit. Seems like we have bigger issues. Fuck. They are right there. T, we have been boarded by fuck, SRM This is... I'm freaking out. Okay, we need to save you. So strip. I need your medication. Wherever it is. Have it in your webbing. Yes, you do. Stops bleeding. I think we can heal there. Saline? I have no clue. I might as well. I do not have a health scanner. Hojo. Health. Deep wounds. There we go. Agreed. Air, oh my god. Fucking air. Okay. Okay. Why did I just shoot like that? Oh, this is Ani stuff, huh? Oh my god, what the fuck is that accuracy? No knife? Fuck. Oh my god. I am going to bleed out though. Yep, there you go. Honestly, I'll take it. I will take it. That I did not expect to survive there. Wow. That is crazy. What even were you? Abrams morale. Well, I'm going to hope that he's someone important. You will die. Well, we'll see. And I will live. We will see. Gum. You bleed just as well. And I spelled it wrong. Vibe ruined. Mm-hmm. Can I speak over the radio while I'm crit? SOM. One down. Bleeding out. Main hall. I don't know why I can still speak when you quit. I'm not used to that. It's okay. Wow. I can't believe I fucking threw my gun at him. Man, I was not aware just how inaccurate Oni are at shooting. Oh my god. I am bleeding out on the Dawnbreaker.
They have innate bonuses to melee.
That's what I've heard.
And can
I need
also
to
use shotguns.
shotguns. Okay,
They fat
that's good to
finger
know.
guns too much.
In fucking free speak. Oh, what? Shit. Okay, I'm dead now. You could have so easily just hit me. And I would have died. I'm vibing, okay? Hell yeah. Fun times. Someone is mad. Did his ally leave him to die? Let's see. What the fuck? Who are you? Okay. It does seem he's dead. Is there anyone else? It looks like it's cool. All right. Sweet. Wow. That was so funny. Fully unloading the rifle, throwing it at him, fully unloading the pistol, throwing it at him, and then picking up the crowbar and then beating it to death with it. Funny as hell. Well, I'm going to be turning that into a clip, that's for sure. Looney Tunes ass. That was so fucking silly. Well, I should just say this real quick. I have never played an Oni before. That was very funny. Wow. Amazing. Okay, well. I don't think this is going to be any way for me to come back unless Saw does something cool. Corpse still looks fresh. They're dead still. Hunter Montague. Oh, that's a higher up tier, isn't it? Okay. My ally, and then I'm assuming lower hunter. Yeah, it's normal hunter. Not an apprentice hunter though. Hell yeah. I wonder if will ever eventually come back over here. Oh? Ah, ally. Well, not an ally for me, I would presume. I would assume that's SLM. If I had to assume. Watching. Is that guy still back there? No. They did leave. Oh, they're on board. A Union Walker. Oh, that's great. Union Walker, you can do this. Win! Go, my friend! Oh, okay, they're backing off. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, I am really invested in watching what this man does. Oh, is that them here? I'm not gonna lie, because it's spaced. Uh-huh. Okay. Hmm. Watching. Are they a hunter? That would be kinda cool. Watching. And waiting. Oh, they're stripping him. Hmm. That's what I mean. Encryption key. Ooh, what is point? Engineering goggles. Interesting. Ooh, they're taking shots. Oh. No! Aww, Aaron's Pierce. Oh well. Rest in peace. Am I going to be beheaded? We'll watch. Mm-hmm. Okay. Amazing. I presume this is where I'm beheaded. So it makes sense with SRM. Yep, there we go. Alright, well... Ooh. As much as I really should keep going, this is 2 lives in the second round, I feel like I should probably end the stream here. I'll just be wondering who I'm going to be respawning back as. There's no real point. So, I'm going to leave you all. I'm gonna quickly see if there's anyone I can raid out to. Let's see. Is there anyone playing Space Station 14? Let's take a peep. I hope you all enjoyed watching my perspective of the host today. Here you go. Okay. So there are 2 people playing Space Station 14 currently. They are not speaking English though. Oh wait, hold on. The shooting going on? There is. Alright, anyway. Time to raid out. Anyone fun? Let's see. Okay. Oh, alright, I'll drink some water.
Super Fest guy
Alrighty.
said, one last thing.
Okay, so I do not speak the language. I assume y'all don't either, but I'm going to raid y'all over there anyhow. I hope you all have a fantastic day. I'll talk to y'all on Discord. See y'all later. Okay. Copy the username. /raid. Or should I? That should do it. Okay. Hope you all have a great day. 3, 2, 1. Oh, water! No!